Alright everyone, let me tell you guys something before we start the stream. What counts as casual tinkering? And what counts as tinkering on my channel anyway? You know, I received a somewhat of a, I wouldn't say interesting, but a notable chat message like a mere hours ago when I originally set to schedule this at 4 p.m. in my area, but kind of delayed it several hours later to 7 because, well, real life stuff. He says that if this stream's casual tinkering, you wonder what hardcore tinkering is. What do you think? What counts as hardcore tinkering? Well, it's nothing of the usual that I do here. I would probably say something more along the lines of what DOS dude or whoever those kinds of repair guys that do live streams, obviously, right? Go ahead and see those. I do had to mention, I did have to name drop DOS dude there. He was the one that fixed the computer clan's he was the one that actually fixed the computer clan's iMac G3 prototype, which I can go here. I mean, that wouldn't necessarily count as hardcore, but you know, let me take you here for a brief moment. This video right here, I watched this recently. It was a pretty interesting one because I watched the previous two, and this is the latest one as of today, as at the time of streaming. And yeah, I watched this. DOS dude did some great work on this one. You know, helping out the character Crazy Ken. You know, this is the to date the latest video in the Computer Clan's Crazy Ken's Techmas Adventure series, because most of the time Crazy Ken's Tech Talk, that's primarily been the series between the Crazy Ken universe and I guess that series. But yeah, DOS dude did amazing work on this prototype that I've been kind of waiting on, you know, following the saga for almost like what, 4 years ago. Just looking at it. But yes, well, we're not gonna list that topic here, because how can you define hardcore tinkering versus casual tinkering? I don't know. That's completely out of my mind, and I feel like you're going crazy here with that chat message. But I don't know. That's a question that I will likely never answer, you know, in one way or the other. Well, we got 3 views and 3 concurrent viewers, so why not we just go ahead and by the way, most of the tinkering that I do on this channel, well, on this stream obviously, and all the other streams, you know, before and later, obviously, they're all mostly based on software tinkering, right? You know, just kind of like playing around with, like, you know, installing OSs, whatever, and maybe like tweak them, something like that. Nothing along the lines of hardware tinkering. I mean, I did that a couple of times when I had to replace the hard drive on this particular computer. This is the AMD Compact that I nicknamed it as. It is a compact Versata 7000 with an AMD Athlon processor clocked at 800 megahertz. The Intel Compact, which I'm actually seeing right in front of me, over there where the closet is, that has an Intel Pentium 3 processor clocked at 933 megahertz. And yeah, I've just kind of turned this computer on and off, you know, here and there, just to see if it still works, and it still does. By the way, let me show you how it works. Well, I mean, yeah. It still works. And obviously I have published a recent video regarding the ELL of this particular operating system, Windows 98 2nd edition. Because yesterday marked 20 years since this operating system went out of support. It was on July 11, 2006 that support for this operating system, as well as the original release of this operating system and its successor Windows Millennium Edition, Windows ME, those dropped support on that day, obviously. Also, not to forget, I forgot to mention something else. Windows NT 4.0 Embedded also ended on that same day too, so that's something that I forgot to mention about that video in that video. But hey, what can you do? As my background, you probably can't see it because I had the camera placed further out to see the entire setup that I have on here. But yeah, just good old Windows 98 2nd edition. You know, I could simply say it's just Windows 98, but you know, seeing that this is Windows 98 2nd edition, I just usually call it by that. But you know, it's still Windows 98 as usual. You know, just put in simpler terms. Yep, Windows 98, copyright 1901 to 1999. And yes, this machine is dual booted, so I will go give you a little quickie here by rebooting this machine to the other operating systems that I have on here. I have installed Windows 2000 Professional and Windows XP Professional, which XP in particular on this particular system has been modified aesthetically. But we'll get into that after we do this. Take a look at this operating system. Windows 2000 Professional with that little loading bar there. And then this boot screen where it has the logo faced front of you, like a moving gradient bar, and the progress bar where the starting up thing is. I don't know, this particular operating system holds something special to me, obviously, because I have experienced it back in the day when I was a kid, though I never really used it as a regular daily driver OS. I just only seen and experienced it back when my cousins had that custom built MSI computer back in the day, which they still have to this day. It's just sitting in their garage unused. It was in that particular case that has a Pac-Man style power button, obviously, if you know what that one is. There we go. Windows 2000 Professional. Now I did have to wonder, well, the custom built computer that my cousins had at the time was dual booted with this operating system and Windows XP. Now, I do wonder why they had a dual booted setup at that time. Now I honestly don't know, but you know, still it's just interesting to like dual boot two versions of Windows on one system. You know, especially when in regards to when you have both a 9X and Windows NT operating system installed on one machine on separate partitions. You know. So I'm just rebooting here. That going up on there. And now we'll go into the first option on the list that says Microsoft Windows 2002 Professional. That seems interesting. instead of it saying Windows XP Professional, it says Windows 2002 Professional. Well, we'll see what that is. Unfortunately, you can't see the boot screen pretty well because the camera's placed farther out. Once again, the same progress bar. What's the boot screen gonna look like? Interesting. That does not look like your typical Windows XP style boot screen, because it's got the old Windows logo and typeface. And it says Windows 2002 Professional, but still got the Windows XP style aesthetic stuff, like the progress bar. The indeterminate progress bar is still got the XP styling on it. So I just basically modified the boot screen, obviously. I know how to do that because I'm a bit experienced with that. And yes, it does look like Windows 2000, so y'all be fooled if XP was still current back in the day. Y'all be fooled that I'm using that I'm using Windows 2000, but it's not. One big takeaway is the 2002 in the name instead of 2000, but hey, you can just easily swap out the bitmaps if you wanted to. And I did have to use the same sound scheme set too, obviously. I also used the same background too, which this I kind of took online. I didn't create this. It was obviously for something related to social media stuff. Anyways, yep, everything else in between. This thing's also hooked up to Ethernet too, so with my PLC power line communication setup that I have set up in this house, so behind this table is a Ethernet adapter that has two Ethernet ports on it. One of them is connected up to this thing, the AMD compact, and the other is connected up to the other computer that's sitting right next to it, which we'll get into in a moment. And it's saying that updates are available. No, thank you. I'll go ahead and shut this thing on down. Windows is shutting down. And there we go. I'm going to turn this monitor off, which, by the way, this is the monitor that I got for this particular system. You know, I basically have the entire original setup of this computer as I originally got it back in February of 2022. That's about 3 or 4 years ago at this point. So I got I think I got the speakers. I got the peripherals first. I got the speakers, mouse and keyboard first, and then came the computer itself and the monitor, which, by the way, this monitor is a compact Presario MV540 monitor from the year 2000, and these JBL Platinum Series speakers that match with this monitor design. It also has removable, if I could try to take one out for you, removable, oh my goodness. It has these removable grills that you can swap out and replace with another color, obviously, because they offered different types of colors for these particular set grills. Now I'm going to try to put this back. They also have different color inserts for the keyboard and different colored faceplates for the front faceplate of this computer itself, because they're part of the color kits, obviously, that the original manufacturers used to offer back in the day. Seeing that this is a compact computer, Compaq officially called it the My Style Accent Color Kits or something, obviously, with about 6 different colors. This one being the stock color, obviously. 5 other colors other than this were offered, which underneath here, I have something. It's a special mouse pad that I got like some time ago, but it does show you the color variations that they used to offer. If I can get good in shot, it's probably not going to, but as you can see here, this is like, it's called Ruby Red, Athemus Purple, Emerald Green, Sapphire Blue, which they renamed it in a different name later down the road, I'm not too sure. And then you can barely see it, but that's more like Amber Orange, because it's a lenticular mouse pad, obviously, so it's a bit hard to see, obviously, but it get to show on the camera, but in person, yeah, I can see it. I can see it in person. So yeah, kind of hard to get it on camera with the way how it is, but you know, pretty rare mouse pad that I actually found, obviously, when it was available. Not many of these are out there, but still cool to have it as like a little new collector's piece. As by the way, that leads us to, well, not necessarily leading up to what's coming up, but you know, so I had this computer for like 4 years. Well, alongside this, I had the Intel Compact, which is the Compact Versar 7000 with an Intel Pentium 3 processor, as I mentioned. So those served as the two primary retro desktop computers for quite some time now. And then I acquired some Dell desktops, obviously, that are much newer than this one, obviously, around like the 2000s, probably late 2000s, early 2010s. And then just recently, you know, as of last year, December of last year, I built myself this particular unique system that I'm pulling the camera back because of how tall this case is. This is the camera's a little bit crooked just to get the computer all in one shot, but this tall thing of a beast is my custom built computer that I built back in December 2025, which I do have a name for it, obviously, and I may as well bring it to you here because I'm still trying to make a dedicated video for this, obviously, which is why I moved the Intel Compact over to the closet to film something, but you know, combination of real life stuff and whatever kind of delayed that, you know, stuff. Obviously, I did film some things beforehand, but it seems like I'm probably gonna redo all of that, obviously, because I want to make sure I get everything done in one go without having separate different. That's weird. How did my main phone turn on out of nowhere, obviously, for no apparent reason? That's strange. Did it have a couple battery life, obviously? How was it able to turn on there by itself with only 1% battery life left? I'm gonna yeah, I got to charge it. That's strange, but anyways, I built this thing. Well, I mean, I built this thing back in December 2025, but the name for this thing, which I will bring up here because once again I was planning to make a dedicated video of this after I upload the build logs, but because the build logs took, you know, a while to make, obviously, because of, you know, real life stuff and such, and because I was taking, you know, so much time off, you know, from this stuff due to real life stuff. Yeah, I'm just gonna build the name out for you here. So originally, when I built the system, I wanted to give this thing sort of a name, because when I built the system originally, it had no name. tailored to this machine. So before I give the names here, let's go down with the specs. This thing has a Intel Pentium 4 processor clocked at 2.66 gigahertz. It originally had a 2.0 gigahertz Pentium 4. The Pentium 4s are both Northwood based cores, obviously, which don't usually get as hot and power hungry as the Prescott ones that came after. Especially the socket 478 ones. Not necessarily the LGA 775, the socket 775 ones, because the motherboard that's in it is a socket 478 base motherboard. So this is pretty much a Pentium 4 base build. And this particular case that I got as the first piece of this particular build indeed was kind of like a P4 ready computer, P4 being the abbreviation for Pentium 4. So I had a Pentium 4 ready power supply, obviously, P4 ready power supply. It's seeing over there, I think it's like what, 300 watts? Yeah, it's 350 watts. So not 300 watts, it's 350 watts. And that one is the power supply that came with this case, which still works, obviously. Just a miracle how that would. And this is also a new old stock case too. Even though it's kind of a bit pricey, especially for a new old stock case. I had the money at the time, so that's how I was able to get this. It was kind of like an impulse buy now that I'm looking at it, but hey, I'm so proud that I got it here, because look at how tall this case is compared to the AMD compact sitting right next to it. But anyways, back to the naming thing. I know I've been kind of rambling on here because you guys want to see me do things. Yeah. Either way, I built this computer. I wanted to give a name for it, obviously. Heading towards the end of 2025. I wanted to give this thing a name because I had an Intel Pentium 4 processor, and because it has a case like this, which has this green, translucent plastic piece, obviously, with the little pinstriping things, obviously. Kind of resembles that of the original iMac, obviously. The iMac G3, obviously, had this similar style, the pinstriping design on this case. I mean, there are other colors of this thing. There's like a gray graphite type model of this thing, but I got the what looks like a Bondi bluish type color. And yeah, because of that, and the fact that it has a Pentium 4 processor in the motherboard, I called this thing along the lines of something like the P4 Bondi beige referring to this part of the case, and the Bondi refers to this part of the case, and I added a number to it, 2660. 2660 refers to the CPU speed of this thing, probably almost like in reference to something along the lines of Dell, how they named their computers back in the day, especially the stuff like the Dell Dimension series, I guess. Who knows? But yeah, that's what the original name was, P4 Bondi Beige 2660. Bondi Beige all being one word, and P4 being, the first number. And then in that build vlog that I uploaded, I shortened that name to be just P4 Bondi. Just completely taking out the beige 2660 in the name. But then another thought got into my mind. As I was coming up with that P4 Bondi name, I also wanted to come up with, some sort of like a fictional whatever type. Because like, I've been, the OEM info, obviously, which kind of interests me. Seeing that, on this computer, obviously, and the all the other, computers I have in my collection that have OEM info stuff, to kind of make this stand out, more, obviously, to the other ones, I decided to create a little fictional company, called something, well, inspired along the likes of, the manufacturer of this machine, Compaq, Compaq Computer Corporation, COMPAQ, obviously. And I kind of did it along the lines of this, JONPAQ. And what does that spell out? John Pack, kind of inspired by this one. Now, obviously, I did use the John Pack name, but it was spelled out as JOHNPAQ. The J being capitalized and the P being capitalized. Kind of used that as like an April Fool's gag that I did back in 2025. The same year that I built this machine, but hey. So it's kind of like a mini resurrection of that name, but more so along the lines of an official sense, just kind of like making it, what like a computer manufacturer would be if they built computers. And obviously, because this is obviously like my own white box computer, obviously, so I had to give it like some sort of like a name, the final name that I put for this build by the end of the year is the John Pack Bondi P4. So some changes. I added the word John Pack, JONPAQ, to the name, and I moved the P4 to the very end, so after the word Bondi. So I put Bondi after the word John Pack, and then the P4 after the word Bondi. So coming along the lines of this one, the Compaq Presario 7000, for example. So the Compaq being the company, Presario being the computer model, and 7000, well, Presario being the computer series, and then the 7000 being the computer model. So I kind of formed it along the lines of what Compaq did, obviously. So John Pack being the company, Bondi, well, usually relates to a computer series, model series, but Bondi, could be different types of names, obviously. And then the P4, that's like a model, computer model, obviously, type. So like, imagine if I had something like the John Pack Bondi P3, that's like a Pentium 3. But who knows when that would be. In fact, I don't know about this, but I did consider building a Pentium 3 machine in this particular, case, but seeing that this is a Pentium 4, type case, I decided to get a Pentium 4 instead, obviously. But hey, either way, I rambled on too long, and I feel like I should probably get into starting this machine up right now. So, power button conveniently placed on the top part instead of somewhere down the middle or something. So it makes it easier to kind of power it on while standing than this thing right here. But anyways, power it on, smoke test. I also just realized I did not power on the speakers on the other computer. Oh, something there. Oop, I turned it on again. One thing's for sure, this case has a physical reset button. So I press this, and it completely resets the computer. I can hold it down so it's on hold. But yeah, this is a physical reset button down there. I don't want to mess with this thing too much, because I mean it is my personal build, but yeah. So I'm going to be going ahead and covering up the camera here, because I'm going to be going ahead and changing the ISO settings on this thing so I can actually focus. So 1 second. I'll get everything sorted here. Alright, I will reinitiate the camera. Refocus. And here we are, my setup. I know it looks a little bit dark, and now it's out of focus. Yeah, the camera's way out of focus. But here we are, my setup. The main setup here, which just consists of a compact CRT monitor with speakers, keyboard, and mouse. Now this was originally used for my compact Presario Intel compact setup, but I'm now using it with my custom built computer, because why not? I also got a Logitech QuickCam Express camera at the top there. And yeah, I'll just forgot that I have this plugged in because I was kind of using the setup for something else, obviously. But hey, this is a 17-inch compact Presario monitor. It's an MV740. It's plenty a bit bigger than my MV540 that I have. I also got these JBL Platinum Series speakers, which has a clickable power button, although the button itself is broken. So, and also this side of the speakers starting to buzz, so these speakers may need to be replaced at some point, but for the most part they still work. Webcam also works, keyboard also works, mouse also works. The mouse in particular has a working scroll wheel that isn't finicky. The other mouse that I have does, the one from the AMD compact. Either way, how about we go for a little bit of a quick startup and shutdown session before I get into the nitty-gritty of whatever I'm going to be doing with this thing. So, let me go ahead and turn this thing on. Oh well, I need to adjust the camera, and we'll get her on going. Oh, I totally forgot that I also did not turn on the monitor. Whoops. This monitor works as per usual. I hit F2 to go to the the BIOS, if it will ever come up. Keyboard, okay. I took the keyboard out because I had it plugged into my Switch system because I was doing other things, video game related streams. Because I can use the keyboard with this thing because it's a USB keyboard, and I can use it with my Nintendo Switch system. But enough of that. It's plugged into the machine again. I'm going to hit F2. See if we can go into BIOS. There we go. What's in the system? Intel Pentium 4, clocked at 2.66 GHz. With system bus speed of 533 MHz, system memory speed of 333 MHz, and this machine has a gig of RAM using 512 meg RAM sticks. This board can support up to 2 gigabytes of RAM, but you know, I kind of opted not to because I have one operating system that does not really like you know, using over 1.5 gigs of RAM. But hey, also the time seems to be correct. It's reading the correct time, you know, kind of synced. Yeah, just a log standard BIOS setup utility on this motherboard. So nothing pretty special here. Gonna hit the physical reset button to boot us back into the boot sequence and boot into an OS. There's the boot screen there, a boot splash, and here we are. Please select the operating system to start. I have 6 operating systems installed in here, so I basically have a sextuple booted system. Obviously that sextuple means 6, so I have Windows 98, more specifically Windows 98 2nd edition, Windows 2000 Professional, Windows XP Professional, and Home Edition too. And then I have the other 2 that are basically the same as these 2 but modified with a Windows 2000 aesthetic. First off, Windows 98 2nd edition. There we go. And make sure I capture this card pretty well. Other hardware in this thing. Graphics card. Because most of the hardware dates from 2002, obviously. Most of the hardware of this thing is from 2002, but some of the hardware dates from around the mid-2000s. The graphics card in particular that I'm using is the NVIDIA GeForce 6200. It's an EVGA one. And sound card is a Sound Blaster Live SB0100. And I got other different kinds of peripherals on here, including some USB 2 cards and whatnot. The machine does have, this computer has USB 2 ports, you know, on the motherboard, but I also used another USB 2 card, obviously, you know. And there's also, may I not mention this, well, I'll get into that once I start this up by hitting escape. Because that's the thing. There we go. Welcome to Windows 98 2nd edition. And I will go ahead and go to, let's see, I think I went to Internet Explorer, and I kind of explored this, well, yeah, I kind of explored this on the and the support Windows 98 20th anniversary video. This website will load. It probably won't because it's kind of fetching the V3 website. Or maybe I must have, I don't know. Yeah, those things are on, but this site is not loading for whatever reason. Maybe it's because of the setup that I have on here. It's not doing it particularly well, but oh well. Maybe I'll have to get the proxy server on, because I had the ProtoWeb proxy server turned on, and I click on this, it brings me to the V4 website. You know, as best as it can be, I guess. at least it tries to get into there. That'll probably be the same thing. Yeah, same thing. But it did say in an archived, archived message, from that particular site that it says end the support for 98 and ME, for those particular operating systems, 98 second edition ME ending support on July 11, 2006, which was yesterday at the time of streaming. That. Either way, I got Windows 98 second edition, or more simply Windows 98 installed on this thing. There's the OEM info that I was talking about earlier, and there's the official name that I came up with this computer, and the fictional company name that I came up with, alongside a unique logo that heavily inspired by Compaq. So JONPAQ, and the wording's in blue as opposed to the Compaq's red. John Pack Computer Corporation, John Pack Bondi P4, that's the name of this computer. Support information. I even put the old name, obviously, the P4 Bondi Beige 2660. And then I put this built by me on December 15th through 19th of 2025. So that was between those days that I was working and building on this computer. I was also doing some recording footages at that time, which I put out on the build vlogs that I kind of uploaded this year. I also link my YouTube channel here, obviously, in case if I ever take this out to venues or whatever, but that's in the far out future. Windows 98, copyright 1981 to 1999. Yeah, not that much here. Just good old Windows 98 with some of the software that I usually install in this thing. So why not give it a restart? Now I had to choose restart because when I choose all the other options, like shut down, it will bring up this. Oh, and this came up. that came up, the critical update notification thing, because it's checking for updates. But I shut it down, and this is what's coming up. Windows protection error. You need to restart your computer. So, yeah, nothing. I can't necessarily respond with the computer, with the keyboard itself. But in the moment that was switched over to, it is now safe to shut off. It's now safe to turn off your computer, obviously. So, yeah, so it doesn't shut down cleanly, obviously. Windows 98 does not shut down cleanly. So I had to do a restart. It also has trouble going to DOS. Real mode DOS. Because of this configuration. As I mean, on my AMD and my Intel Compaq, which had AMD Athlon and Pentium 3 processors, they were able to shut down cleanly. But this particular build of mine doesn't, for whatever reason. Maybe it might be the motherboard or something I'm using. Who knows? Maybe the chipsets. Oh. I don't remember it being that loud. Goodness. Almost about to blow out these speakers. Okay. Oh, sorry, I had to restart. Thanks. So yes, I had to do a restart in order to let this thing shut down by itself. there's the shutdown screen. And now we're going to Windows 2000 Professional. And there's the boot screen of Windows 2000 Professional. Once again, the gradient colored loading bar, and the animated progress bar, and the little progress bar in there next to the starting up thing. Obviously, I didn't mention this in the video. Well, in the stream, obviously, when I was in Windows 98. But once we get in the desktop, I'll mention something about it. Press Ctrl-Alt-Delete to begin. Ctrl-Alt-Delete helps keep your password secure. Click Help for more information. And obviously, I don't think the custom-built computer that my cousins had that option set. So it was always like after it loads up, it goes straight into this. Login prompt instead of requesting you to press Ctrl-Delete. And this options thing kind of hides these two options. So it's just like OK, cancel options. I remember playing around with this button too when I was a kid. When I was young. And I'm gonna go ahead and hit OK because I have not set a password for this particular account, which is my account, but hey, it's my own system, not some business, enterprise, whatever computer in the office. Ooh. The icons are looking a bit funky. I think that's probably because whatever happened to when I was using virtual PC on this thing, it kind of messed up the arrangement of the icons. So how about I do this now? Gonna find something to do a little bit of reference now. Yeah, it was kind of like this part, and then it was kind of like that particular part of this side, and then this bottom part got cut off. So like these ones should be down here again. So those are some of the things. Oh wait, I didn't add the other ones. Okay, they should all be going in here. Extra line. There we go. Now I fixed it. Back to how it was. And obviously, in regards to this background that I've been using, all those icons are out of the, seems like they're out of that. Yeah, in regards to the background that I'm using here, you may have seen it in a different rendition in Windows 98, but this is obviously not my background or not my image in particular that I created. It's someone else's, and I kind of used it as a background wallpaper just because kind of found it online, just thought it would look interesting with using it as a background wallpaper. And yeah, either way, I do repeatedly say that this is not my creation. It's made by someone else. It's obviously based on an obscure book, manga, animation series, in Japan. But I'll probably make like a YouTube short or whatever discussing on why I actually use this as my background wallpaper, obviously, because that's pretty much what's been going on my mind lately as I keep getting comments about this particular image that I'm using. In fact, I have seen some YouTube videos or shorts, maybe from my subscribers, thanking me for this one. I have seen it because I did when I was doing a search. But hey, Windows 2000 Professional got up on here with all the usual stuff that I got on here, including Virtual PC. You see me tinkering around with this, obviously. And yeah, with all the well, in regards to Windows 98, Windows 98 second edition, and Windows ME dropping support, 20 years ago yesterday, let me open up one of these operating systems. Well, virtualized one. So we'll start with Windows 98. Assuming if I had a disk and a drive, which I don't think I have. Okay. Is this one does not have anything, right? Nah, it doesn't seem like I have installed anything on it. So I'll turn that off. Oh, that's the 9X stuff. Turn that off. I think it's this one. So, I mean, you've seen Windows 19 running on this thing. And then I have this, Windows Millennium Edition, running on virtualization. Did I have set this up? What the? Oh, the Norton antivirus thing just came up. The definition alert. I could still run this. It's actually still able to pull, updates. I'll close this, turn that off. So hit next. Still able to receive that. This thing is still running on wired Ethernet because I have this connected to a wired Ethernet, obviously. In regards to my power line communication setup. We're at 30 views, 4 concurrent viewers at the moment. Live update was unable to connect to the server. Are you serious? Let's try confirming it. Oh wait, do I have the proxy server turned on? No, I don't think I have. I don't have any proxy servers turned on, but it is able to try to connect it there, which I could try going to Google just to confirm that we're connected. Yep, we are connected. Root certificate updater. Oh, I'll just hit continue. It says it was unable to continue. Well, unable to connect. It seems like, I don't know if they took down the servers, but did work. What? Service subscription services reminder. What does this button do? Skip. Getting list of updates. Semantic redirector. Program updates for semantic redirector. That seemingly is available, but I'm not able to, so I could try and attempt to install that, and it says it does not work. The update could not be installed for whatever reason. Must be a broken install, but oh well. Let's run Windows ME on here on a virtualized software, because this is in regards to Windows, well, this operating system, and Windows 98 dropping support on July 11, 2006, as well as Windows NT 4.0 embedded. Is running it virtualized and virtual PC. I escape again. Windows has updated. I haven't ran this particular VM in a long while, considering that I've kind of borrowed it over from the old hard drive, which I will still had to format. Windows has updated your clock as a result of daylight savings time. Please verify that your new clock settings are correct. Well, it's 7:56. Now it's reading 8:57, so that's incorrect. Oh, it's already 7:57 now. I'm kinda had to synchronize it to my computer's clock. Put it to 30. Alright, now it's synchronized. What we have here is basically like a 9x-ified Windows 2000, because that's what it looks like. Obviously, this particular operating system. Oh wait. Do I have guest editions installed in this thing? No, I don't think I have. I do not have guest editions installed in this thing. Let me go back. Capture. Oh, install update VM editions. Virtual machine edition setup. Configuring Windows installer. Preparing to install. There we go. Seems like I have not run this. Seems like, yeah, I have not installed it. Finish. Yes. Let's shut down here. Virtualizing it with 256 megs of RAM. .36 views, 4 concurrent viewers. escape again. Updating system settings. And we got the VM editions installed on this thing. So that means I could support this thing up to 1024 by 768 true color mode, if it will. True color 1024 by 768. Oh, this thing. Apply. Monitor is Energy Star compliant. Yeah, why not? It's virtual monitor. True color. Resize the desktop. Yes, I'll keep this setting. And let's see if I can stretch this. It's obviously gonna look a bit distorted, but hey. Plain basic install Windows Millennium Edition, which this operating system has garnered a lot of criticism because of how unstable this thing is. Which, I mean, try it out yourself if you have a copy and a computer that has seemingly high specs. Watch this thing crash over and over again. Probably one of the reasons why it's labeled as quote unquote the worst operating system ever. I mean, 20 years ago, you know, back in May, PC World magazine, whatever, they did, I think they put this on number, I don't know what number it is, but they put it on their, I think it was on their top 10 worst tech products of 2006. So that was 20 years ago, and this made the list. Julius Cruz 2000, welcome to the live stream. Just doing some things here and there. Oh man, let me go ahead and bring the thing here. 1NT. I can copy paste those things in here. Could I? It doesn't have a shared paper. No, it doesn't have a shared clipboard, but I can at least drag and drop the files. It works. 39 views with 6 concurrent viewers. So I drag and drop the files. Like that. That there, auto arranged by name. Yeah, we got all those things. Full path in the address bar. Show. I want to do all that. And I set to display all control panel options and all folder contents by default. And with this, I can go ahead and get rid of this wallpaper and just use this one, because why not? And let's see what happens when I log off. This background will retain itself. Or hey, maybe I might as well use this as well as this. Will this work? Okay, a new device is available on the network. That's the router. Oh, log off. Yep, the background remains. I wonder what happens if I stretch this out. Will the thing behind it will be stretched out too? I don't know, but let's see what happens if I turn that off. Yep, that gets stretched. So I don't want that. So I do this. Enable. Alright. Obviously there's no shutdown sound, so not set by default. As I figured. So logged off. So put that. Obviously ME introduced basic settings. Basic categorized view. Accessibility options, date and time, internet settings, networking, display, printers, and remove programs. It basically just links to certain control panel applets. But we can go to here just for all applets, including desktop themes, which includes everything. The Windows Millennium theme strangely is based off of that of More Windows, except with the background being the Windows Millennium Edition wallpaper. Either way, let's see if this actually connects. It does. From this VM. Let's see if I can try to connect it via proxy server. I can't necessarily do the oldnet.com, so alright, close that out, open this up, and then I'd be greeted with something else. What is this? Welcome to the Internet Explorer homepage. Yep. IE 5.5, and the browser that we have on here is indeed IE 5.5, though it does show a different, kind of layout in the about box. Update version 0, 1995 2000. So this about box similar to that of IE6. Last updated July 12, 2000. Internet options. So at least that's working. And let's go to Google site. Doesn't seem to work. Doesn't also show that page well. PCT 1.0. Wonder what that is. Let's see. Radio toolbar. Okay, let's see how I can enable. Well, I already had those enabled, but yeah. I had the 3D Maze screensaver on too. And all the other screensavers that would have came with, Windows, Microsoft Plus, Windows 95. Even still includes the Flying Windows screensaver. I mean, this was included in all 9X releases. what happened if, we're not connected to the proxy anymore. What happens if we click this link? 403 forbidden page. Let us go into v3. Windows Update restored. Here we go. Microsoft Windows Update. Welcome to Windows Update. The online extension of... Now it's a bit different, because we're running Millennium Edition, aka ME. This part's different. Welcome to Windows Update, the online extension of Windows Millennium Edition, aka Windows ME, that helps you get the most out of your computer. Welcome to Windows ME, with features designed specifically for home users. Windows ME makes using your computer more easier, more fun. ME gives you power, yada yada yada. 2000 Microsoft Core. It's a special tailored page for v3 Windows Update on Windows ME. Let's see if I can go ahead and do product updates. Of course, it's gonna go through the whole Windows Update restored stuff. Yes. Always trust. I hit yes. Please wait. Windows Update is customizing the product updates catalog for your computer. This is done without sending any info to Microsoft. And here we are. Bunch of all these stuff. Oh my goodness. Device drivers, no device drivers, updates available. Offline browsing pack and IE browsing enhancements. IE error pointing, Windows ID hard drive cache package, security update, August 2nd, 2001, IE 5.5 Service Pack 1 Internet Tools, MSN Messenger Service 3.5, critical updates package, so there's share level password update, IE 5.5 security update, ME help and support update. This thing has system restore, obviously. If I can find that tool. Oh, there's phone dialer there. Windows 95 phone dialer. Uh-oh. Comes up with this thing. That's the Windows 95 dialer program. That does not necessarily work, because I don't have like a modem or something attached to it. System restore. System restore. This is a lot like how it is in Windows XP, obviously, but debuted first in Windows 2000. You can use System Restore to undo harmful changes to your computer and restore its settings and performance. System Restore returns your computer to an earlier time called a restore point without causing you to lose recent work, such as saved documents, email, or history and favorites lists. Any changes that System Restore makes to your computer are completely reversible. Your computer automatically creates restore points called system checkpoints, but you can also use System Restore to create your own restore points. This is useful if you're about to make a change to your system, such as installing a new program or changing your registry. That's what the program looks like on ME. Doesn't look that lot different than XP, obviously, because the core functionality hasn't changed. ME also introduced some automatic update stuff. It was way before XP. It also includes, well, the internet games too, obviously. That also became a fixture in ME. Now obviously these games don't work anymore, including internet backgammon, because they dropped the servers. So at least try to connect, but no servers, obviously. I think they took down these servers in, I think, in July of 2019. Almost like, what, 7 years ago at this point? Probably look back. July 31st, 2019, so that was almost like 7 years ago at this point. Yeah, it's not connecting to anything. It's just hanging there. But it also has Spider Solitaire. I think this came with plus 98. And it came included out of the box with Windows ME. I also remember playing this on Windows XP. Windows Media Player. This is 7.0, I guess. Kind of muted in the sense that it was trying to play that music. Well, it looks like Movie Maker sample thing. Oh yeah, because this thing has Windows Movie Maker, the first version, very first version. We got a storyboard, timeline, a basic timeline view about Windows Movie Maker, the very first version. Do you want to make a backup copy? Nope. Not now. And seeing that Windows ME is still based on MS-DOS, we do have the MS-DOS prompt. Oh, but, okay. iExplorer's crashed as soon as I opened up the command prompt. Well, stability, I guess. Oh, it launched in full screen. Alt Enter. Put us back into this one. Let's see what it looks like. Do this up. Command. Yeah, see Windows Desktop. I mean, doesn't really show anything else. So it doesn't say anything along the lines of, you know, Microsoft Windows, whatever. So it's just a blank. Just pretty much a blank blank command line, whatever, ver Windows Millennium version 4.90.300. There's no help stuff. Okay, when you already run Windows, I can exit out of this command prompt. Outlook Express. This is Outlook Express 5.5. Seems like this was not set up. One unread mail message. Outlook Express 5. Outlook Express, yeah, 5.5. 1995-2000. It still comes with online services stuff, same as Windows 98. Even came with the Windows Millennium Edition preview. That's basically like the first start demo, obviously, that comes up. Internet connection wizard. Control panel. what's under the Windows setup things as far as components go? The install components that I have. Yeah, as far as communications go, I've left out internet connection sharing because yeah, so I pretty much have everything except for web TV. Win pop-up, whatever that is. Startup disk. Windows ME introduced this, and Windows XP even had this option too. If you had trouble starting Windows Millennium Edition, you can use the startup disk to start your computer, run diagnostic programs, and fix many problems. To create a startup disk, click Create Disk. You will need one floppy disk. And that's if I had the actual WinME boot disk. I think I already made one. Yeah, I already made one, so I don't need to do this. VM Editions is installed. It's literally the only program that I have installed on here. Users, don't want to set up users. Microsoft Windows ME 4.9.300. This also shows up if you install generic USB mass storage device drivers in Windows 98 2nd Edition to replace it with this one. Mouse support. There's the click lock option. So it's a little bit different than what Windows 98 has. Kind of a limited scheme set because it didn't include all the cursor schemes for whatever reason. Globe.any. Never seen this one. This looks like the one that you'd see on IE Windows, like Internet Explorer 4 and 5, 6 when it's updating or whatever. Yeah, none of the other cursor schemes. So not the ones from Windows 98 and stuff. So that's excluded in this one, I guess. I don't know. Automatic updates. Select the way you want Windows to notify you about updates. Automatically download updates and notify me when they're ready for download. Restore hidden items. There's a button there, which I'm not going to press. Date and time, that's pretty much all set as they are. Correctly, obviously. I'll log off. Five concurrent viewers, 54 views. So okay, what did I just do there? Typed in a random password and somehow logged into here. Oh, let's see what happens if I sign out. And then that's gonna be set as my password, right? It's gonna probably say something like, hey, your password's incorrect because you typed in a random password or whatever. I don't know. Well, it's trying to boot me back into the login screen. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a password set for that account, but hey. What if I type in the question mark? Question mark. Oh. Filter keys. Because I held down the shift key. That's the first time I actually came up with that. Okay, put question mark and somehow it's still able to log in. But hey. Sign off. escape key. Just kind of holding it down in case it ever gets... Yep. Held down as that window came up, and then it exited out, and then back to this one. And then there's this basic thing here. Let's go to proxy servers now. Let's run this white proxy servers and see where that link takes us. Strangely enough, back to the Windows 98 homepage. So that link was never updated. That link was never updated to Windows ME. Well, we could go to the correct home page. There we go. That link is still Windows 98. It should at least redirect to this page, which I might have a way to fix that just by editing the editing the link itself and to redirect it to the correct link. So yeah, there was lots of things that are pretty much unpolished of this thing. Well, it still has the clouds wallpaper, strangely enough. And then I have this. And I'll shut down. It's like the only two options here. No standby. There is an exit to DOS thing, which you can't boot into remote DOS. Not with this thing anyway. Also, whoops. Well, MPlayer 2 opens up. Same thing. What about MPlayer? Okay, this shows up. MPlayer 32, I think that's like the Windows 2001. View the entire contents of this drive. Rearrange that. Everything in there. Oh, which WinVer? Remember that this is virtualized, so I can Alt Enter, right Alt Enter out. So I am virtualizing an operating system within an operating system. And to show you that, I will also run this as well. 64 views, 6 concurrent viewers. Looks a bit cloudy out there in the sunset. I see pink clouds. Gee. To be fair, it does look kind of nice out there. But because it's getting dark, I need to close my window. My window blinds. My actual window blinds. Not to be confused with the window blinds customization. Stuff. Oop, Windows 2000 Professional. running within Windows 2000 Professional. Brax, I am not that close. I am not that close. I have YouTube Studio, and I can see, I can actually check, because there are, I'm not eligible yet, but until I can get enough watch hours, I'll do tier 1. Tier 2, that's probably like 1,000 more, so, but because of how niche my channel is, like, I'm not aiming to be a viral, popular YouTuber. I'm just a small niche oriented YouTuber, obviously. Like, I'm just a lax person just doing this as a hobby, obviously. Just to answer your question, or to answer your concern there, my friend. I mean, not necessarily spoiling this, but, or maybe just a little bit of hint, because I think by the end of this month, or the start of next month, who wants to give me super chats, or who wants to join my membership program, once I get tier 1 of the partnership program set and ready to go. Obviously, I can't earn, via ad revenue yet. I need to gain like a couple thousand valid public watch hours I'm seeing. Not necessarily spilling out YouTube analytics here, but hey, that's just obviously to you. You're wondering about. Pressing the wrong button. Whoops. I believe this is Windows 2000 RTM. Nope, it is Service Pack 4. Sure enough, it is Service Pack 4. Windows 2000 Service Pack 4 virtualized on Windows 2000 Service Pack 4. Now, absolutely no way that you can virtualize, well, on a VM, because like Virtual PC has this thing where if it is installed on the Virtual PC VM, you cannot, you cannot necessarily install it. Well, I think the installer will detect it, obviously, that you're running it on the VM, that you're trying to install on the VM, and will disallow you, obviously, because they know that someone might actually do that particular thing, and it'll kind of slow down the whole system. Obviously, VMception, but hey. Go and shut down here this particular OS, or more so this virtualized one, and I have it full screen so it looked like that. And now we're back in Windows 2000. the host Windows 2000, not the virtualized guest one. But I also have Windows 2000 Server on here. And back to this virtualized Windows Millennium Edition thingamajig. User.exe and yada yada. There's no MSN Messenger here. Oh well. Shut it on down. Oh yeah, I agree with you, Brax. I do like the Windows 2000 shutdown, startup shutdown sounds, obviously, because the rest of the system sounds are inherited from Windows 98. Windows 2000 Server. Did I have this installed? Nope, I do not have. Most of all these OS VMs that I have are consisted of just entirely blank stuff for whatever reason. And Windows 98, this one might be a second edition, because I'm not necessarily sure that I have a Windows 98 first edition disc burnt. I don't think I have that particular thing out here. See if I got a pile of discs over here. Pile of discs, you know, over here, obviously. Jeez, what was I working on in terms of VMs and stuff last time I was doing this? Oh yes, I was kind of like doing I think I was doing this one, Windows 95 NT 4.0 dual boot. And I kind of was yeah, I think I was on NT 4.0, but I think I'll go ahead and head over to Windows 95 first. Yes, I think I have Windows XP installed on the VM within Virtual PC 2004 on Windows 2000. In fact, I'll go ahead and show it to you right now. I think I kind of yeah, let's see if this one actually loads up, or I may have, nope, I may have not installed it yet, but I think I have indeed ran it. I know for sure. I think it was on my Intel compact that I did that, because I have not done something like that yet, because most of my VMs are still empty. Considering that this is my custom built computer, I haven't really done anything to it yet. But hey, Windows 95 here with Microsoft Plus for Windows 95, and with IE 1.0, which is labeled as 4.40.308, and is still able to access certain web pages, albeit in the broken state. Like it's still able to load Google's search page, albeit in the very broken manner. Interestingly enough, and I can attempt to search but it will say, well, that's a redirect page. Click on this link, and it'll tell me that I don't have JavaScript turned on. Well, this browser is too old to support JavaScript. But interesting that that one works. And yeah, I'll go ahead and shut down this VM, because now I'm gonna be, now that Brax said it, I'm gonna be installing Windows XP on a VM, because I already had it installed on the, you know, on this host computer, the actual host computer. But let's see how I can do it, installing it on a VM. Finding the disks that I have. Ah, it's this disk. Alright. Time for me to insert this disk. Windows XP install CD. This is a Windows XP Professional RTM volume license version. And I will be inserting it into this VM that seemingly does not have an operating system installed. Use physical drive. Setup is inspecting your computer's hardware configuration already. It's like we don't even need to press press any key to boot from CD or whatever. Just does it automatically. Almost akin to that Windows NT 4.0, how it does it, but loading it off from the actual disk. The disk that I kind of created, recorded on. Specs of this computer, I could show it to you here. Let hardware info show that info to me. If it is willing to do that while it's doing the stuff. This VM's doing stuff. Pause this. Well, since this is not loading up, I will probably give you brief specs of this machine. Oh wait, it's there, it's going. So yeah, it has an Intel Pentium 4 processor, Northwood core, clocked at 2.66 gigahertz. The motherboard that I'm using is an Intel D845PE SV, which has the 845PE chipset. I'm using 1 gigabyte of memory, using two 512 meg RAM sticks. and I have a EVGA GeForce 6200 AGP card using an NVIDIA GeForce 6200 chipset. For sound, I have a Sound Blaster Live SB0100 sound card. As for the peripherals, I got plenty. I got a couple of USB 2 cards, and I also included a PCI modem card in here, because why not? And I added I/O connections on the front, along with 2 optical disk drives, and it also has a floppy disk drive in it, obviously. And I have 2 hard drives in the system. One is a 160 gig hard disk drive, and the other one is a 500 gig hard disk drive that I kind of took out from my AMD compact, reformatted for use with this system. And I also have a Zip 100, iOmega Zip 100 drive. Browse DNS. I mean, I never heard of that, but I have. Well, I mean, I have kind of like explored something called the protoweb, protoweb.org, which lets me explore web pages as they were back in the day. It's using a proxy server, but I am able to get this thing online, connected to the network. It's reading the correct date, July 12th, showing the old MSN homepage from 1999. I can go to Google's website, what it looked like in the year 2000, and this is what it looks like. And then, yeah, and I can turn my proxy things off, relaunch, and I can load up, attempt, oh hey, frog find. Okay, I think I mentioned in one of the streams that frog find didn't work. Well, now it's working here. FrogFind's not working on Windows 2000. It must be some server-side thing. Something that's probably causing it to not load the page. But hey, now it's working. Yeah. The tooltip for this thing says a pixelated cartoon graphic of a fat, lazy, unamused frog with a keyboard in front of them, awaiting your search query. Leap to Windows 2000, and now hit Ribbit. Nothing comes up. Oh well, so much for that. And I go to the oldnet.com, and here we are. Guest book. I go to the Wikipedia proxy, brings us to a kind of badly formatted Wikipedia homepage, but hey, it still works. So I can go ahead and search for, what's that, Windows 2000. And I'll search for the Windows 2000 article, if it will. Link doesn't exist. Well, at least it tried to search that page. I think that button doesn't work. So that kind of works. Windows 2000. search all of Wikipedia, and that doesn't work. Link doesn't exist. Autocomplete. Yeah, autocomplete turn on. So much for that. 90 views, 2 concurrent viewers currently. It does. I mean, theoldnet.com still has some kinks to it to work on, obviously. Because right now, nothing doesn't want to seem to work at the moment, but, well, at least that kind of shows up. But not this one. But hey, Wikipedia proxy kind of works. Search button doesn't work, but hey, I could use the protoweb proxy alternative to Wikipedia just by logging into the proxy server and then typing wikipedia.org. And then it'll load me into a old Wikipedia layout from around 2002, but with recent information. Got Windows 2000 on here, so I can actually search the article on here, and I see it. The image does show up, SVG. I mean, it shows that. I see site error, whatever. Microsoft Management Console. What is that? Of course. Oh yeah, these images aren't loading up. I did exclude web.archive. Oh wait, I don't think I have. This way I can get the images to kind of load. Not necessarily, but I think I may need to just relaunch. The way how the protoweb's version of Wikipedia lays out pages a bit differently than what Wikipedia does. So sometimes I may lose some information than what's shown on the actual page. But oh well. 96 views, 3 concurrent viewers. Yeah, those images are not showing up, but hey, that works. Alright. Someone was kind of like wanting me to see if I had XP installed on this VM on Windows 2000, which I will do right now. This is RTM, so no service packs whatsoever, on a 16 megabyte hard disk space. Let's see if I can make that a bit bigger. So I'll go ahead and shut that one down. New virtual disk wizard, new virtual hard disk, and I'll replace the whatever this is, Windows XP. I'll replace that, make it Dynamically expanding. I have 32,768. So I have a new hard drive. I did say that I was gonna show you all the operating systems on here, but then it's kind of slowly started tailing more towards tailing more towards tinkering around with VMs. So software tinkering, obviously, not necessarily hardware tinkering. As far as these casual tinkering streams, obviously. And what I mean by casual tinkering, obviously, is just probably some like, excuse me, I'm crushing water balls here, obviously, in my room because I have plenty. But yeah, what defines as casual tinkering? Well, casual tinkering to me is just pretty much just me doing some laid back tinkering, obviously, whether it be hardware or software. So, nothing necessarily exciting to begin with, but because obviously the one person who was in the chat room for this thing, when I kind of originally scheduled to start the stream at 4 p.m. but delayed up till 7 p.m. because of various factors. Yeah, some that. 106 views, and we've been running this thing for almost 2 hours now. About like an hour and 57 minutes. Again, this may not be as long of a stream as it was, because I used to do like live streams that used to be like 12 hours long. Now that kind of has gone down because my brothers wanted me to get back into my sleeping schedule. Do NTFS file system format, not quick, and it'll still go by fairly quick on here, virtualized, because on actual hardware it'll take very, very long. And now it's doing it. Again, this may take a little while. I don't have any cold drinks. So I guess while this is running, I'm gonna head out to the kitchen to see if I can get like a cold water bottle or whatever. And then I will be back shortly. Okay, 100%. Now it's gonna go ahead and check drive C, and then it's gonna go ahead and copy files. 111 views and 5 concurrent viewers already. Also got myself a cold water bottle. Ooh. Alright, it does feel like I kind of need to use the bathroom for some reason, so I will leave this on again. I'll be back with you guys shortly. Dang, 233 views with 6 concurrent viewers now. But I'm streaming for like what, 4 hours and 33 minutes, and the last few minutes had nothing but just radio silence because I had my mic muted and I was kind of blindsided or sidetracked on other things that I'm interested in at the moment, which means that I wasn't able to do what I was going to do in the stream. So it would probably seem like I'm probably gonna have to, like, you know, probably end the stream, I guess, and I'll probably you know what, let me go ahead and save state on this, assuming if I had this disc in the drive still. So because of how, well, it's kind of getting late now, it's 11:34 p.m. in my area, so give this thing a little shutdown here. Oops. Windows is shutting down. I do apologize for not doing anything in radio silence for within the past few hours, because I kind of got side-blinded, whatever you can say. So this means next stream we'll be doing this again, obviously, whenever that time comes. But yeah, thanks for watching. Hope to see you on the next one. Until then, see you all later. What, Kev? What are you doing? Sorry guys, I do apologize. My brother came in unexpectedly. Well, not unexpectedly. He just came in suddenly as I was trying to end the stream. But aside all that, we'll do this again for another day. Obviously, who knows when that day will come? But you'll see when I actually put that stream up, obviously. But anyways, yeah, I guess with that being said, thank you all so much for watching this live stream, whether you're watching this or not. But yeah, I'm gonna go away and probably head out to do I'm gonna go away and head out to do other stuff before I head to bed. Probably eat, and then we'll probably continue this some other day, obviously. Once again, who knows when that time will come. But anyways, yeah, I guess I'm just kind of like bumbling, rambling, bambling. I don't know what to say anyways. But anyways, thank you all so much for watching this live stream, and I hope to see you all in the next one.